Hey, what's going on? What? Hello? Ew. I heard myself. That was awful. Y'all hear that? Hey. Hey. Thank you. Hey, what's going on, everybody? How we doing today? It's Friday, my dudes. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? It's good, Shere Quan. What's up, Gurjuvi? What's up, Schubert? Snowblade was good. Welcome in, guys. Molly, who said, verbal first, Lamau, because my lunch hour got moved up today. And I'm going to go take an hour-long nap. Base, understandable. Enjoy the nap. Enjoy. Man. It doesn't feel like a Friday. Does not feel like a Friday. It feels like a Wednesday. But we're not even hosting stuff today. What the hell? We're not even doing nothing like that today. We're doing some Subnautica today. This week went by fast. It really did. It just zoomed. It just zoomed. Subnautica. Yep, gonna do some Subnautica 2. And we're gonna be progressing from wherever point I'm at. Do you have a knife? Do I have a knife? I think so. No, I don't have a knife. I have like a plastic tomahawk, but like not sharp. I bought you a game. Did you see? You bought me a game? You shouldn't have. Why'd you buy me a game? Oh God. Okay, dude. Thank you, Shere Quan. We will play this game. I mean, I already promised Subnautica today, so I'll play this on Monday. This will be the first thing we'd play on Monday. Dude. What is it? I'm not even telling you. I'm not even telling you. You're gonna have to wait and see. I mean, it might show up in activity. In Steam activity, unfortunately. So, there's that, but yeah, we'll give that a go. I think that's a pretty short game. I saw Leaf play a little bit of it, so we'll lock that in for Monday. I'm overwhelmed. I am overwhelmed, okay? There's a lot going on. First of all, No Man's Sky has released the next major update called The Swarm. It is huge. It's crazy. I mean, essentially you're fighting swarms, but like in space and on planets. And there's a lot that you get with it. There's like war. Dude, war. It's crazy looking. That's the first thing that's happening. Number two, the crazy Final Fantasy update stuff is what the hell? Okay, with the expansion and whatnot, there's so much going on there. But the one that hit today, Bungie has given us the first two major lists of updates. Good God. When I say one final hurrah from Bungie and Destiny 2, I mean like this is the craziest one final hurrah. And we're still waiting for one pretty long article from this week in Bungie. Dude. What the hell? They said, you know what? The end is coming. We're going to give you everything. They're giving us everything. It's crazy. Bungie more like Joe Vergy soonish? I don't think so. They have essentially said they're working on their next future games. If it may listen, it might not be Destiny 3, it might be, but they're working on more games. So it's not Jover for them. They've essentially said they're working on multiple games. I don't think Marathon makes enough money for PlayStation. They might just kill them. I mean, they might. They might. Marathon certainly underperformed in terms of monetary and like player retention, or not retention. The people who bought Marathon and who have been playing Marathon are still playing Marathon. Like, supposedly the people who got the game and played since day one, like consistently, they're up there in the hours of playtime. So, although the overarching player count isn't, that great, they do have dedicated players, which is a typical thing for Bungie. Like, the only reason I haven't played Destiny 2 is because everyone stopped playing. So it's the same thing with Final Fantasy 14. When these are fantastic to me, fantastic games, but if no one else is playing, really, what's the point? What's up, Joe? What's up, Not My Own? Not even half of the Destiny 2 players currently. Oof, yeah. I mean, the thing is, Destiny 2 players are Destiny 2 players, and I think they're, a lot of them refuse to play Marathon. Because it's not Destiny. Which is fair. It's fair. I'm not scanning that scam. Come on, give it a scan, bro. Come on. Don't you want to know what she's up to? I don't know if the director will make it better, but right now Destiny 2 is not good for new players at all. I don't think this final patch was made for new players. This is the end of the Destiny 2 life cycle. This is the final hurrah. I don't think this was made at all for new players. And I think they accepted that, and that what we're about to see is one last hurrah for all the current players. And then they're going to stop live service, but they will continue to like make sure the game's at least stable. So that's the big thing that's coming up. I'm overwhelmed. I looked at these 2 articles and I'm overwhelmed. And there's a third one on the way. If they say anything about stasis being like close to what it was in Beyond Light, I might projectile vomit in like pure joy. What's up, Omega Wolf? What's happening? A lot's happening. No Man's Sky updates, Destiny 2, Final Fantasy 14, VTuber World. There's too much going on. Vomit and Joy, that's a new one. I mean, I've had a situation where I was so inconceivably joyous that I started to feel sick. I was that overwhelmed. Now, this was years ago. I haven't felt joy like even close to that in, over a decade. I don't particularly feel joy. Yeah, it's just not real anymore. Joy is fake. My dopamine receptors are fried. They are fried. Sister Joy, indeed, is a fictional character. It's true. There's an episode of 30 Rock all about vomiting and joy. What? I believe it. Nurse Joy, I guess. Oh. Her. Jeez, this guy's talking about Pokemon. What are you, a Pokemon player in 2026? Jeez. I mean, Man, how would you enjoy vomiting? I wouldn't. That's like one of my greatest fears. And typically, when I feel sick enough to uh be nauseous, I go into a fetal position until it goes away in my bed. So I try to prevent it as best as I can, and that's it. Yes, I want nothing to do with it. What did you think I was talking about? I mean, you said Sister Joy, so I thought you were talking about a nun. I was like, I don't know about a nun named Joy. That is a fictional character. Chaotic is better. Oh my god, Chaotic, the old card game. You know, I used to have. No, did they have cards for that? I don't think so. Did they? I think they did. My friend had cards, I think, from Chaotic. Nurses are called Sick Sisters, so my brain got a bit confused. I see. I have some. I was like 50% Yu-Gi-Oh! And 50% Pokemon, and then I stopped with Yu-Gi-Oh! When they added like synchro summoning. Um Pokemon was like odd and off, but really after Diamond and Pearl, I didn't play a Pokemon until was it Sword and Shield or the one before that? I mean, I played like Let's Go Eevee, which is just Pokemon Red. No, I did not play Sun and Moon. I didn't like the idea of Mega Evolutions. Did you go with your Eevee? I mean, I certainly used my Eevee in the game. Don't know where, but they got to be around. I could find if you want and post in Discord. Yeah, sure. I have some Pokemon cards and some Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I have like a legitimate Slifer the Sky Dragon. My friend and I traded. I gave him. I had two Dark Magician girls, and I gave him one of mine, and he was like, "Here," and just gave me Slifer the Sky Dragon, like a legitimate one. I had it like not graded, but like looked at a shop once, and they were like, "How'd you get this?" I was like, "I traded it for a Dark Magician girl that I got at the dollar store." I feel bad every single day thinking about it, but he really wanted a Dark Magician girl, so I was like, okay. Only if only they were in the Diamond Pearl remake. I disagree. I don't want Mega Evolutions at all. Stop with this complicated shit, man. This like Gigantamaxing, this ultra evolution mega. Stop this. No, no, and stop this Eevee Ivy training bullshit too. No, just stop. I'm not about it. No. I just want Mega. Yeah, I don't want that. Yeah, I just don't want that. Yo, what's up, Premium? Good to see you. Glad you saved your streak. Even Z crystals are meh. What the hell are Z crystals? I don't even know what those are. Caught 5 streams? Crazy. Almost lost it though. Ooh, saved though, Wolfie. What's up, Wolfie? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. I'm trying to fix my font. Is there not like an extra bold? Oh, boom. There we go. That's what I wanted. But it's like oddly sized. Oh, no, I don't like that. Do we just have like a normal bold? That looks tolerable. There we go. think I'm sitting at 13 streak. You can check under the channel points what your streak currently is. Jack Donaghy is sent some old home videos, including one in which he gets so happy over a present he received he pukes. Now 50 or something extremely rich. Now 50 something. Oh, it's 50 something. And extremely rich. He wants to prove that he has the money to make himself happy again and uses his resource to find out what the gift was that made him so happy he puked. Damn. 13, hell yeah. That is a bizarre thing to do, but you know what? When you have all the money in the world, I guess whatever. Yeah. Figure out what made you puke out of sheer joy. Man. I'm hyped for this Destiny stuff. Listen, guys. Tuesday, I think it is the 9th of June. Where I'm doing the Pantheon on stream with everybody, so it's gonna be probably me, Fausto, Ty. I actually don't know if we're doing it on. It might not even actually be on stream because I don't know if people are taking the day off. The 9th is Tuesday, right? Yeah. So people work. It's possible I won't even actually do that on stream. Definitely buried somewhere, probably faded too. Yeah, a lot of my cards are certainly faded. I mean, I have no purpose for them. I thought about just selling them all, but lazy. You know, lazy. I actually have to go through the storage and sell a bunch of like PC peripherals. We have so many of them. There's no space in the basement. So, it's a great bit in that episode 2 with a lip reader who focuses on... What the hell did I just do? In episode 2 with a lip reader who focuses on what he's saying, reading it as Apollo. Apollo! Oh god, you puked! Why didn't you warn me? I'm staring right at your mouth! I don't know why it's such a fucking funny delivery to me. Rose Bonk fish that bite with multi-tool? Same. Sounds like something I should watch, Joe. Kind of down my alley. God damn it, the ice melted too fast again in my gamer subs. So it's like I have to take it off this surface. So there's little like ice chunks and they're like I'm trying to leave them in the thing, right? I just found a card online. Munching on ice right now. I mean, I do like munching on ice, just not when it's in my drink. A giant clam. Mango fish are annoying. I don't know which ones those are, honestly. Also, a bit of a love letter to New York at times. I really just don't like New York. People who live there, they just suck, man. They just freaking suck. I'm really bad with shows and movies lately. I did watch Project Hail Mary, so, you know, I think that's good for a while. There's a lot about that in 30 Rocket Times. 30 Rocket Times. Or that in 30 Rock. It's just called 30 Rock. 30 rockers in the house tonight. Everybody just... Tina Fey! Wait, it does look familiar. But mostly just the... like, the cover art or whatever. Holy hell, Tina Fey's 56 years old. Hey, Rose got her banana collection back. What's up, baby beans? Good morning, Molly. Hey, Mr. Ghost Man, what's up, man? Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. As in 30 Rockefeller Plaza. Oh. I see. Freak that. I hate the Rockefeller place. I hate everything about Rockefeller Center. And Plaza. Water, seltzer, enjoy. The blue and yellow fish that look like a barracuda? Oh, yeah. I'm so freaking hydrated. Hell yeah. I got my gamer subs today. So I'm gonna bounce all over the walls. Hey, what's up, Logan? $30 minutes? What's happening in 30 minutes? No, don't tell me there's more happening. Oh, me bouncing. I see. Yeah. It's already starting. I haven't even sipped that much. I sipped... Where's the measurement thing here? Where's the measurement? I mean, just about 5... Was this liters? No. Is it ounces? 5 ounces? Liters would be insane. So that 7 TV is borked for me. You might have to update it and then acquire the other thing that it needs. They have like a new stable, new stable version. Me personally, I just use FFZ and I have 7TV and BTTV as like add-ons into FFZ. So it never really broke for me, but like I also typically use Chatterino, so I think we're gonna do that instead. I mean, it's just a good alternative if you don't want to deal with like a bunch of the other 7TV stuff that breaks. But if you like the customization that 7TV offers, you won't have that with FFZ. I mean, you will. You just have to find it at FFZ. FFZ is very, very customizable. Like, very. You could move the chat into the middle of the screen if you wanted to. I don't recommend it, but you could. It's because FFZ is, it might be like a few versions behind 7TV in a sense, but it's like an embedded, I don't really know how to explain it. It's like, it's just an add-on for the add-on. Why would you do that? I don't know, but you could if you really wanted to. I mean, 7TV has too much, in all honesty. You can hide, like, the most minuscule things from Twitch if you wanted to. It's freaking crazy. Then we wouldn't see you well. Well, maybe some people just don't want to see me. And I don't want the world to see me. Because I don't think that you'd understand when everything's meant to be broken. I just want you to know who I am. Get some help. And I'd give up forever. Okay, a remove and re-adding gave me the option for the stable release. Didn't see any options for that until then. Yeah, it's really weird. I mean, honestly, 17th... Sorry, rewinding really quick. 7TV's website has been dying for the last, like, 3 days. Silent pursing. I just want you full screen all the time. Oh, thank you, man. Oh, thank you, man. Oh, geez. Thank you, man. I need to add more to this playlist. I say I need to add more, but there's already 1,705 items, giving 111 hours and 6 minutes of listen time, which means good. Good. Excellent. What's the game today? Today is Subnautica 2. Subnautica, the second. Yes, no Minecraft today. We're gonna take a little break. I have a lot of work to do today anyways, in Final Fantasy XIV, which I have resubscribed to. So gonna be a little bit of a break from Minecraft for a smidge of time. One of my favorite songs to listen to when I feel sad. I feel like, what is my go-to at this point? There's a lot. It depends on my mood in the terms of Sag, but like, I could listen to Bleed by Deadmau5. I could listen to Everybody Wants to Rule the World, but I think the song Everybody Wants to Rule the World is like my... I can listen to that song for any mood. Rookie numbers? This is, I mean, this is just a few playlists compiled together. I can certainly find my, like, Spotify playlist that has more, but I don't... There's no point in having more songs in a playlist on Spotify because it essentially... The shuffle algorithm doesn't work for that many songs. I don't know if it's the same for Apple Music. It kind of is. These playlists cannot handle more than like 750 songs typically in a playlist. So I'm overkilling a little bit. Now, if you just use local like Fubar, I think the shuffling is actually really good. Because there isn't an algorithm or whatever. It just knows what you listened to prior to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, I think, I'm thinking of a song that I listen to a lot when I'm sad. I'm going through the list because I know I have some that I would just, like, always... I could always go to. What's the song from Twilight? This is a bad example, but... Heart beating. Dun, 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. I can't remember the name of it. Thousand Years. I think that's one of them. Yeah, this is one, and then I know there's another, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. I do like Clocks by Coldplay. Maybe this is actually one that I would listen to when I'm sad. I don't know why though. It's not inherently a sad song, right? I mean, maybe I guess it kind of is. If you look at the lyrics, I mean, this is one of my favorite songs by it's probably my favorite song by Coldplay. Also, The Scientist. The first lyrics, I was like, oh, this song isn't that sad. The first lyrics in it is, the lights go out and I can't be saved. Never mind, this is probably a sad song. Yellow is good. Scientist is really good, yeah. Oh, the song is so good, dude. God, there's one more. Oh, Chasing Cars. Chasing Cars. By Snow Patrol. That's the song. That's the go-to. I couldn't think of it for some reason. That's the one. I mean, that's prime Ico, like, VR chat depression song. That song must have gotten, like 5,000 listens during the VR chat eras. Sailor Song. Oh, yeah, Sailor Song. The song was ruined by so many companies, Hold Music. I'm not bothered by that, I don't think. That was just my go-to sad song. And obviously, like, Melancholy Hill, but it's more, I mean, obviously melancholic than sad, I guess. Or if you want, like, Aiko going through a life crisis, just play this. Just play this right here. This is actually, like, Aiko going through an existential crisis. Or another existential crisis song. I don't know how many people know this song. This is like Aiko staring at the ceiling at 6 in the morning, wondering what went wrong. This song right here. True story, by the way. This is like prime COVID. This is a weird song. Oh, I got chills thinking about. There's a part of the song that's coming up in a moment here, but this is a really weird song. This is a really weird band. Yeah, Sleep Party people. Ah, it's coming up. Oh God. Empty is correct. Well, that's what I mean. It was like Aiko staring at the ceiling at 6 in the morning. Oh, dude. This gives the same like energy that Empire Ants does from Gorillaz to me, but like mirrored, because Empire Ants is like good vibes and this one's like, damn, something went horribly wrong. But it's the same feeling. I don't know how to explain it. What's up, Nord Princess? Yeah, this is I'm Not Human at All by the Sleep Party people. I don't think they're together anymore. Funny lore dump. I was listening to this song when I thought about rebranding from Koyo Red. And then I did. Into scuffed Mickey Mouse raccoon VR chat model. I'm glad that era is over. Jesus Christ. I nearly poisoned myself with moldy banana bread from work today. Hell nah. Dude, like, hell nah. Try My Best by Anson's. Yeah, by Zebra. There's a lot of different types of sadness that get their own music. Like, if I'm feeling melancholic, there's a bunch of Radiohead songs. If I'm feeling melancholic, Lost in Life, Lift, Radiohead. If I'm feeling sad and lonely, I Promise, Radiohead. If I'm sad and feel close to an end, it's Bring Me the Disco King by Bowie. I mean, like, Oh No by Bring Me the Horizon is another one. But this is prime, like, this is high school. This song released in 2015. This is my final year of high school. That was a dreadful year. 2015, 2016. Terrible. I've been into it and I couldn't even taste anything. I just tasted like danger. And then for the next 5 minutes, I was retching over the office cafe sink until my colleagues saw me in my state. Ooh. Yeah, that's... I was just talking about how I'm not... Me plus vomiting? Nope. No, sir. No, no, sirree do. It's safe to say we aren't getting those banana breads anymore. Yeah. Ideally. Ideally not. There's this song. This isn't really a sad song. This is more like... I don't know how to explain this feeling. Dude, no banana bread at work, dude? Hell nah. This is just another song where you stare at the ceiling. This is stare at the ceiling music. Oh boy. Here's the... Nope. Nope. That's incorrect. No, you're playing the wrong one. This. Dude. Oh shit. When did this song release? 2019? I just got flashbacks. Oh god. Funny backstory. This song started playing, and the first time I ever heard it was in 2020 or 2021. And I got these like edibles, obviously Meowijuana, and dude, I was not prepared for the dosage. Was like I was so overwhelmed. I thought things were gonna kill me, and I was on VR chat. This song started playing, and I remember it vividly. Oh god, it it was too much. Hey, when did that giant crack get there? What's up, Ireland? Is this a Doctor Who reference? I was thinking like the Rift. Yeah, no more banana bread at work, dude. Hell nah. Like hell nah, dude. No more banana bread at work, dude. Hell friggin' nah, dude. Still one of my favorite videos on the internet of all time. Like hell friggin' yeah. You can't even freaking hear it, dude? Like, dude, you can't even freaking hear it right now? When I'm playing this video, dude? Hell friggin' nah. Hell yeah. Bro, dude. Dude, hell yeah, dude. Dude, yeah. Skunks, dude? This is the whimsy we need back in the world. Is that whimsy? All the small things. Squidward. SpongeBob. It just always has to be a reference, doesn't it? Why can't I have my life be threatened by an overloaded attic like a normal person? I'm sorry, dude. You're all of you are just full of references. I don't even know what to say anymore. Dude, I feel like a walking reference all the time. Am I even me anymore, or am I just a ship of Theseus? 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 Theracles. Am I just Noah's Ark? Be honest. Actually, that sounds narcissistic or egotistical. Like, oh yeah, I'm Noah's Ark because I carried and saved lives. I don't want to be Noah's Ark anymore. I want to be underwater. Segue to Subnautica 2. Launching it right now. Play. Fish. Help. I got your reference right here, buddy. Are you Aiko because you make references, or do you make references because you're Aiko? Oh my god. Did I make references when I was Koyo? Holy smokes. Scroll to the end of this user license agreement. Whatever, dude. Sell my data. I don't even care anymore. I don't. Sell it all. It's compiling shaders. Yes, it is it us dirt it. See it there the it oh the the it oh the Come on, man, compile, bruv. Come on. Like, compiling shaders, dude? Hell nah.
Power connected. All
Hello.
systems online.
All systems online. Overkill. What was I friggin' doing, dude? I cannot take this anymore. Seen everything I said before. All these thoughts, they make no sense. I find this in ignorance. The less I hear, the less you say. You'll find out anyway.
Welcome aboard.
Go away from me. Okay, we were building... I remember. We were building... the Sonic Resonator. So, we need a basic battery, titanium ingots, wiring kits, lead. Let me just verify. I don't have it, right? Yes. How is the volume? Dude, Castle of Glass, because it first released with the music video. I have a funny story about Castle of Glass. It was like this is high school, and it was a music class in a sense, right? Like I was, it was like the, history and culture of music something, and we had to pick a song. We had to play it all, and then we had to explain why we liked that song, why we picked that song. And I was between 3 songs at the time. I wanted to pick a song by Cruella, but I realized the lyrics were, like, overly horny, and I was like, no, that's stupid. I'm not doing that. It's embarrassing. And then I also thought about a song by Attack Attack, I think it was. Sexual Man Chocolate. And I was like, that's stupid. How am I going to explain the title of this to a class that plays, like, Eminem and hip-hop and, like, pop music? And then in the corner of my mind, I was like, I could play some by Linkin Park, and I played Castle of Glass. And I think it was actually probably the best choice I made. But if I was to pick a song that was like sad by Linkin Park that I would listen to, My December, because I'm born in December, so boom, just like that. Somewhere I Belong or Shadow of the Day. Yeah. Playing a section of an album and talking about the whole album. I think that's cool. But, you know, I'm very music oriented. I'm wondering now at this point if more people would call me the music guy or if they... I didn't even change anything. If they would call me the music guy or if they would call me like... Why you? I'm curious. I think it would be the Borpa speaking guy. You have to let me know if the volume is okay for you guys, because I've lowered it, because I can't think. The bass is too heavy. Okay, so, let's go craft the stuff we need really quick. Or at least what we can craft.
Welcome aboard.
So, we need a battery. Which means we need acidic Ryon pouches. Okay, well, we know where to get that really quick. I don't really do much for my birthday. Do 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 do.
Welcome aboard.
Okay, if it's a little louder, yeah, this game's quite loud. Quite indubitably loud. Okay. What else? Just go for dinner with my family usually. Yeah, we just stay at home. We have cake, some champagne, and that's it. I just like I don't care for the celebration. I don't feel like it. I'm trading sailing. Oh, look at that. Hell yeah. Nah, do your thing. Do your thing. We need 1 lead, a wiring kit, and then we'll have the resonator. What do I need for a wiring kit? I think we need more batteries. No, copper wire. Don't know what to think about it, to be honest. Yeah, that's what I typically hear as well. Which is honestly pretty fair. What's up, Benkin? I think lead is found near those, like, jellyfish. The jellies. And then you do a loop-de-loop and pull. And your shoes are looking cool. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this dickhead right here. Wow, what the hell? Work light? That fish that I hate. There they are, the fish I hate. 30 seconds. They really outdid themselves with the music. Oh yeah, I gotta get the air bladder. I gotta just I don't typically use it because I'm like, I feel like I'm fast enough with the zoomies. Habitat builder. I mean, I'm down to scan stuff just for the sake of getting more titanium. Holy smokes! Sulfur? I don't want sulfur. I want lead. Oh, it's too hot over there. I don't think you trust in my suicide. 30 seconds. I never really do anything for my birthday. This year I wanted to hijack my VR group, what my VR group might do for me, as we mostly try to celebrate each other's birthdays as a semi-surprise. I had a load of big plans, then halfway got to the deadline, was less than halfway through the plans, decided to abandon the plans. My typical birthday schedule is go live, hang out for a little bit, and then hang out with family for the rest of the day. And honestly, it hasn't changed in like 5 years. Maybe for my 30th, which is actually, it's this year, so maybe I'll do something special. for stream, I don't know. It's like the last milestone I feel like it is worth caring about, is you enter the 30s, and then it's like, what next? 40s? Who the hell cares about the 40s? I mean, I don't know if it's Cope, but most people tell me that the 30s are, like, the best years. Now, I've heard that for the teen years in high school, and I've also heard that for the 20s. But I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know what the hell I was doing in my 20s. And now I'm finally locked in as I enter the 30s, so... At least I know more of what I want to do. First 2 years of my 30s is okay, but not that amazing. That's fair. Locked in 4 years into my 30s. I'm just usually told these days that your 30s are like, or sorry, your 20s is trying to figure out what the hell you're supposed to do, and then your 30s is like executing that. I'm gonna feel more grown, stable now. I mean, my late 20s, I feel like I've lost my touch. As a streamer, I feel like I lost all of the Koyo Red, like, energy. I don't know where it went. Maybe I just shit it all out. I still don't feel 30 plus, to be honest. I mean, I wouldn't want to be like... Outside of streaming, I think I've reached my... maturity levels. I don't think I would ever want to, like... go beyond what I am. I just think if you can't crack some jokes... that are a bit unhinged in your 30s, I don't know. I feel like you're dead inside. Thoughts, opinions? Hey, what is the lead, please? Don't actually answer that. I'm searching. Big bada boom. And why they're bullying? And why they're bullying here? Oh, my frames. If you can or can't. I just think some people get old or like older, especially in their like late 20s, and I feel like they treat themselves like they can't even joke around anymore. Like they get way too serious about life. Like, don't get me wrong, I've certainly adjusted from my Koyo Red days where I'm just screaming like a moron. I just think those energy levels have been, like, long dropped. For better or for worse. I can't exert that energy anymore, especially not for 5 hours at a time. Okay? Yeah, the super serious adults. I don't know. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I think you can still be a bit unserious. I don't know. What's life without some whimsy, you know? Especially as you get older. I feel like that's an important thing to have. At a younger age, who cares, you know? You've got the energy, so exert it while you have it. As you get older, you don't have to exert the energy, but have some goddamn whimsy, I tell you what. Enjoy life, damn it. I wonder if there are people who are dead inside, as the people who know they're dead inside are the most jokey. God, you're right. Does that mean I'm dead inside? Smoge. Who am I? Who am I? Bro, where is this lead? Where the hell? Don't mind if I take that right there. Hello? My take on, like, being older is... Obviously, you have to be more, like... You have to be responsible, for sure. But I don't think you have to throw away all of your whimsy. I think it's cringe when you do. And I don't want to be your friend. Holy smokes! Jetto cars! And here, I'm breathing. Very annoying on mobile, what do I miss? Everything. Thanos reference. And what did it cost? Everything. Hey, who living here? Oh! Holy smokes. Sorry, hey! And why you? And why you did this? Every part of me wants to take these supply crates. I wish that was an option. An option, I say. No, wait, no. No point. I don't have space. Spat hunt. That is bloody foul, bruv. M4 is sponge. I like that they added more underwater caves. Assuming it'll actually make the VOD. What the freak was that? So let's stream things, right? So why? So Aiko, why you swim? I swimming here because I'm looking here for some leads. And I freaking can't find it.
In the seawater is dead.
Oh.
Use the sonic resonator to expunge bloom cankers and clear the infection.
Holy gosh. I'm swimming like an idiot, trying to find this bloody lead. I have some in my foot? Don't worry, I have some in my bloodstream, apparently. This is America. Look what I'm whipping up. I did like a hair DNA allergy and intolerance test, and it said that there's like they found copper and lead. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. Hey, what the hell is this? Cage Gorgon. Gorgon D's, am I right? Oh my god. I'm gonna... Don't touch me. Yeah, how do you like that? Oh, you think you're so cool? Well, you're not. Oh. Mini police. Goddamn spap hut. Big wall text I want to send about emptiness. Be careful, I don't know if it'll all send. Sometimes Snowblade does fun facts and it just like doesn't send. It's not even like that it gets deleted, it just doesn't send.
Welcome aboard.
Oh, no. You know, it's crazy that you just know the limit. What I put the quartz? Oh, here. I forgot about lead. I mean, I didn't forget. I just don't know where to find it. What if in reality, everyone who's dead inside isn't actually dead inside? We are just full of a complex ecosystem that feels somewhat toxic, but out of its toxicity breathes a vibrant life. Whereas those more serious adults hold inside a less vibrant ecosystem that barely breathes its life after at all. Then you have the truly empty inside, where they hold no compassion. Their ecosystem exists purely on their surface to breathe their own life, to power their shell that makes for a great billionaire easily able to manipulate those around them, unknowing of the ecosystem they hold. I mean, not theoretically, but like actually, logically, you know, humans are an ecosystem. We all these cells and stuff. It's not far from reality.
Welcome aboard.
Not sure if I like to think about it that way. I squirm, I struggle, ergo, I am. That one, oh my god. Come to me. You're my friend now. I'm eating you for right now, actually. What animals are in me then? Inside of you, there are 2 wolves.
Welcome aboard.
Tasty. Alrighty then. Did you really say that to me, the wolf guy? That was the intention, yes. Inside of you, there are 2 wolves. Alright. That's it. I'm tired of it. Where is the lead? Am I close? Just tell me if I'm close to the lead. And all 3 are... Oh god, no. Thought the t-shirt. Maybe there's lead down here. Suck. Ooh, power cell terminal. It's the last one we need too. Is this food? Yes. Looks like... Oh, lead! We're so back! Now that we have it scanned, I can simply, literally, just find it on my scanner. And just as I asked chat to tell me where the lead is, I found myself.
30 seconds.
Progression! Yes! Yes! Wow. I'm going home. Lead's right there. Oh, thank you so much. You guys are so helpful. Why is the temperature rising? He's got a fever. What do we do? What do we do? What do I do? You didn't have a lead on the lead? The English language is so stupid. Thoughts, opinions? Like, how are we gonna have 5 words that are spelt the same way that are pronounced completely differently?
Welcome aboard.
Why do I need the lead? Oh, I can just make it. I'm resonating.
Resonator's blueprints include several components not based on Altera designs or any known human engineering. Despite these irregularities, the resonator will selectively fracture mineral deposits and a narrow range of alien biomolecules.
Oh, that's so cool! The life of the... Frick. Juvie built a pool on the front door. Well, think about it. You guys get to swim now. Isn't that great? Just keep swimming, swimming, swimming. All you gotta do is swim. Salt. Water. This is probably gonna be the battery place. I keep falling when I enter the base.
Welcome aboard.
Oh, man. Have I gotten all these? I mean, if they're... we have to go to Black Box Wander. And I wonder if you know... Okay, let me in. Oh, it's still damaged. I don't have a repair tool. Well, how tragic. You know the Black Box Wander? Nope. I had to make the Sonic Resonator, and I haven't been really grabbing a lot of materials. Hey, what is and what is this right here? Oh.
Viral attack. Deploy Sonic Resonator.
What up? Oh, what?
Viral replication impaired.
Oh,
Destroy these cankers wherever you find them.
the Canker Sisters? Oh, I need to scan one. Hold. Bloom Parasite. Oh, oh, oh God. I'm getting hurt and I can't tell from where. And what they're saying for me? Boom! Ugh! Alright, scanning.
Deploy Sonic Resonator. Expunge all cankers to clear the viral bloom from this region.
Whoa.
30 seconds.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
And where is the... Boom!
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Successful. The juvenile angel cone is clear of the viral infection. The flow of nutrients into the rock bore below has stopped.
Wow!
The infected rock bore structure may lead to an adult angel cone with useful adaptations.
Oh. That's cool.
Misty Hema, if I get reset, Mirror Breach got me. Should have brought flares. Stupid. Had a parasite on it. Full of virus. Bloom virus. I got a scan. It doesn't match the virus in her blood. Legs won't move. Suit can't fix it. Trying to tourniquet. Listen, Misty Hema, Bloom isn't Macefield. Was wrong. Bloom isn't Macefield. It hurts. Sorry your kids don't listen, Mom. She's gonna kill me for dying again.
Damn. That's rough, buddy. Whoa. Don't you freaking dare. Hey! You better not be damaging it. Yeah, you better be scared.
This closed canker is fed by other infected organisms. Locate open cankers in this region and expunge.
Oh, I see. Wait. Okay, no. So these are closed, which means do I need to find, like... What did she say? I hate you. I hate you. Wow.
The peak viral bloom is produced by an infected angel comb. It contains useful adaptations, but it must be.
Bruh.
One of the juveniles feeding it has been treated. One remains.
Oh. I see, okay. Fortunately, they explain this AI bot thing is explaining everything that I need to know.
Seek medical attention.
Okay, that's probably a good idea. Let's go get some medical attention.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I also need a repair tool, man. How much guide backseat? For now, nothing. For now, nothing. I'll be like, chat for real. What do I do? Huh. Huh? What do you... Wait. Oh, I grabbed the...
Power offline.
Oh, that's not good news. Too many batteries charging. I think we need a second one of these, man. I mean, we're 2 under. Or I guess 2 over. I could make another hydroelectric turbine. Two titanium, 2 copper. Well, it won't freaking work, will it? Oh wait, is this one not connected? Lo.
Welcome aboard.
AFK, do your thing, man. Do your thing.
Welcome aboard.
This is probably the big problem. It's like
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Power connected. All systems online.
okay. Let this all craft first, so we can make another bioreactor. That being said, we need copper. Nevertheless, we need copper. Blah. Boom. I am Superman. Would you deep dive IRL? Hell no. Hell no. This is one of my greatest fears, Rose Duelist. If this was me in real life, like if I was stranded in a fully ocean planet, I would stay in the pod until I starved to death.
User death imminent.
Ow. What the freak, man? Yeah, no, Reef is fine. I love the water. Don't get me wrong. I really love the water. Just not ocean. Not the ocean, that's for sure. I like to do, like, scuba diving. I think that would be pretty fun. Minecraft's over already? Yeah, you know, I haven't played it in one day on stream, so it has to be over. It is what it is, man. I think I'm gonna push these walls back. My god, that's probably the best thing they added to Subnautica. Oh, is the story actually over for them? I haven't even watched a single thing. I just haven't had the time, bro. I end stream and I'm juggling 70 billion tasks. Yeah, I also really haven't heard much about Hololive since the Cali thing. But I've been out of touch because my streamer's not there anymore. Ah, last stream day, I see.
I printed 26 colonists before the sleep bay drowned. Many of them more than once. This is my purpose.
So can I... No, hold on. I need a repair tool. And I need it now. I need one more! Power storage. Huh? That might be very nice to have. Water. Trey made a cult under a church and made everyone kill themselves by summoning their horse to forget about it. What? Sounds like a quite the eventful time. They're not bringing fishing back. I'm pissed.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Where could a repair tool be? I don't know. For now, we go Angel Comb. Server owners every day, they have to add more invisible barriers because Aurora keeps escaping the map. What the freak is the point of that?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I think I like this more than the Seamoth. It's just so easy to maneuver with. Yes, I know. Damn. Nice. You can turn that frying pan into a drying pan, Mr. Juvie. Oh, I missed. I don't know the range of it just yet.
Successful. Return to the main burrow to assess its state.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
She escaped. They had to teleport it back to spawn, but they gave up after that. What, she just kept doing it? Pretty based. People keep trying to go through the barrier in our VR chat. Or it's VR chat. Hey! In our Minecraft map. Ow.
Factory is staffed. An adult angel comb is here. An angel comb is functioning. Recommend you insert your hand into it and take a sample. Pluripotent genetic material detected. Searching
Oh.
detecting heat shock proteins. Your body can now survive elevated water temperatures.
Big progression.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I think there's another whole infected zone right here. See that? My poor vehicle. It's certainly seen better days. Oops. I wonder if there's a repair tool near these ruins. somewhere. Biobed, we already got that. Rectangular ceiling light. Back up. Bio bread. Biological bread. Oh, hello. And what should we have here? Abracadabra. Yes! Yes.
The human field notes go. One of those vampire squid just came at me. Madeline saw me throwing flares and came to investigate, and the squid went after her. I guess it likes marrow breach blood better than mine. I should find Maddie.
This place is nice. Look at
She was
these.
hurt. The squid was sick. Nodes on its skin, not green, not Kara, but maybe a fungal infection? I wonder if
Ugh.
squid get rabies here. Damn, I hope they can't pass it to the marrow breaches.
Titanium got basic batteries, sulfur, and wiring kit. We can make that.
30 seconds.
Screw you guys. I'm going home. This place is nice, but it's got this guy.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Man. This poor machine. Surely you're not gonna take it. Okay, good. Okay, so we require a wiring kit, which silver and copper wire. Well, we can make the copper wire. I don't remember where the silver was. Lamau. Copper wire. Basic battery. Okay. I'm just gonna put like crafting supplies in here, so stuff that we're ready with. I don't even know what to call this one, so it's nonsense. Water. Please. Harry. Water. Can I create? No, not yet. I need to be able to make the farms. I think we've had one. We found one of them. Okay. Let me go get some silver. And then we can finally progress over to the next area. I don't think there's silver down here. The silver's closer to, like, the edge of glory. Thank you. Why is the filter here? Oh, and it's gone. What's up, Thai guy? What are you talking about? Buh. Ow. Man. It seems I've forgotten the location of the silver. Please don't tell me. I'll find it. I'll find it. Oh! Bombarda! Battery terminal. What the hell? This place is empty. Hello, Angel Comb. Why is it still, it's still marked. I mean, I guess I could just... Don't do it. Don't do it. Wow.
Biomass in this region is dominated by a single species of large jelly. Simple ecosystems are often a sign of ecological crisis.
Oh. That's not very good. Hey, open! Pretty sure I've been in here before. Wow. What the? I can't even scan these guys. We take those. Titanium. Quartz. Also quartz. Also quartz. Oh, it's these things. Titanium, titanium, titanium. This is crazy. I was just like in a pit full of silver. Hi. Ah, there it is. This is the pit right here, full of silver. Hello?
Sophie, I got to tell. Oh, here I go. Oh, go again.
Take your time. Copper poisoning causes chorea and vocal tics.
Look, my feet move when I talk. I have moves.
Yeah, you do. You can finally dance. Oh, sweetie. Would it help to reprint?
After I report, the Jubilee group are messing with Sleep Bay 3.
Anita. Well, that means they're starving. They need biobeds to reprint. So much for the Jubilee.
They cut the cable from the Sleep Bay Noah to ours.
They don't want our Noah to reset them. Print older versions of them from the Sleep Bay records.
Would Noah do that?
Sure. Noah reset Zip. And everyone who goes Mazefield. You know that.
But all of us at once?
I suspect that's what happened to the people who built Camp 1.
So all of this could happen again.
Oh no.
Endurance upgraded. Inventory expanded.
Let's go. And what are you? Oh, okay. Damn. That's what we call John Copper. Did you ever do that with sausage or your family? Skinning a sausage? No. Not really. We usually grill them, so we put, we put little cuts on top, and then we put them in the grill. I mean, I'm sure they've done it before. I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh!
Welcome aboard.
The dual mode repair
Excellent.
tool combines plasma arc welding and fabricator assist to handle bulk or precision repairs. Though optimized for dry welds, it performs acceptably when wet.
Yeah! Yo, what's up, Toast? Toast? Yo, what's up, Toast? Yo, Toast. Silva. We'll just put... no. Excellent. Consume. Waiter. Salt. It's not really sea plants, but for now we'll just put the salt in there. I'll make a cooking ingredients thing eventually. No. Can I just move it? Thank you. Hello? Yes. This will look nicer in due time. Oh, on a wall.
Warning. Power offline.
Aw, dang it. Can't even have no light around here. It'll probably go... it'll fix if I get this thing out.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Welcome aboard.
No. Man, how much do these lights take up? 2 energy. Ooh. Okay, well. Too far for the supplies. Is there another, like, thing around here? No. Are these powered up?
Welcome aboard.
Oh! That would explain it. I was like, there's no way it's taking up that much power.
Welcome aboard. Power connected. All systems online.
All systems online. I require additional pylons. wonder what... Let's see how much power this gives. I like that things respawn in this game. I mean, at least as far as, like, the plant life around us. Not so much the minerals, which, you know, that makes sense. There we go. Okay. Show me. That does not seem correct. But who am I to dismiss a map?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh, this might be at the dip. This is literally the one that we already... This one's bloody done! Thanks for hanging out, guys. Any weekend plans for y'all? Anything crazy going on?
Welcome aboard.
Alright, let's try this one. Why does that look like it's the same is this just the kid?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
This is the same spot, no? To think I trusted a map. Oh no, it's this one. Yeah, but I don't know, you don't have any, Let's check the caves around here, maybe? If there are any. Hello? The hell's going on down here? It was empty, right? Yeah.
Nahima field notes go. Day 400. Bad news. I see signs of eutrophication. There are a lot of jellies here. They're feeding on decay. Somewhere in this ocean, everything is dying, and it's causing runaway growth here. Eutrophication. The jellies will poison the water, and this place will die too.
Uh-oh.
This is how mass extinctions get started. I'll leave a copy of this log to mark the current edge of the jelly growth.
That is not good news. Are you there yet? Not quite. Don't ask again. Ooh. Oh, is that it? Or is that the one we already saved? No, this is the one we already saved. Bruh. Wait, did my scan just poof? What was that? Oh, you. No, this is the bloom infestation, but it's not like... It ain't doing nothing. Unless this is one that we already saved. Maybe this one's connected to the main one then. Alright. Let's go to base. Let's equip the... Have I gone to this one yet? Pretty sure I have, but you know, can never be too sure. Yeah. That's how I was able to eat the fish. Okay. We're gonna equip the heat upgrade. And then we're gonna head towards, What just happened? What is your problem? I wonder if this has enough energy to charge this simultaneously at the moment. I mean, it's 2 bioreactors, man. Wow, it's evened out. Okay. No, I need my water. Okay, silver. Titanium. Copper. Make some more water. I can't. It's gonna shut it down. Ooh. Okay, that saved us some energy. Probably worth remembering that this does, in fact, still take up power. Okay, we got a double water. These have some time left. Okay. Let's head towards the unknown.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, is this way. At some point, the temp... Oh, wait, we didn't even equip it. I have to equip the thing. It's odd there's no sprint function. That's kind of throwing me off, not gonna lie. Oh, wrong one. Wait. Where's my... Oh, it's here. Biolab. Wait, what? Where's the... Where's the heat one? Is that just on by default now? Oh yeah, it's just an adaptation. Okay. Cool. Cool. Man, it's so much brighter here. Actually, I think it might work to just... Yeah. Yeah! Alright. Let's bring 2 waters. Just throw this away for now.
Welcome aboard.
Alright, bring the rest with us. Let's go. They haven't added more customization yet, right? I assume not. I assume that is correct, that they have not yet. Alright, let's go. Into the unknown. Not a fan of all the jellies here that... Can you tell Rose how bad I am at recognizing songs? Rose, we have a community, or had, based on a song called Shelter by Porter Robinson, and I tried to play him the song. I don't like it here. I played him the song. I feel really uncomfortable, actually. On Final Fantasy XIV, and he had no idea what I was playing. I mean, it's just all dead crab leviathans. So it begins.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
What, no warnings? Not even like a set. I know, dude, there's no way. Ooh. It's a shame it's a bunch of dead crabs. Can only imagine what might have done that. I should be able to go in here now. Okay, we see an annoying dude over there. The hell is this? Tailings Village. The hell?
Water temperature rising. Hydrothermal vents are a dependable source of minerals and power.
Hello? What? Hello? Jelly ring. Yeah, I know. Hold on. A mod founder badge? Interesting. Is that, they announced something like that? It is day 1 of TwitchCon EU, so I guess that makes sense. Silence. Do not heat warning me ever again. These aren't new minerals, it's just titanium. Wow, 100 degrees. Is this gold? It is gold.
Gold is a conductive, corrosion-resistant feedstock for advanced electronics. Culturally relevant motivational fact.
Lithium!
Alien Free States took inspiration from ninja miners. Historical gold seekers whose green pans resembled cartoon turtles.
What? Cool. Oh, yeah, this is a temp warning place. These bastards just have to be here, huh? Thermal plant. Ooh. Place in hot water, generate power. Jesus, I would have to make so many of the transfer things to get it to my base 477 meters away. But thermal is really good. At least it was in Subnautica 1.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Minecraft looks different. Cool shaders, though. Yeah, this is the underwater DLC. What's up, Peanut? Don't touch me. He done and did it. He really did. Some tiny changes, nothing big. I have a feeling that I'm gonna go, and it's gonna be whoa, 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 whoa.
The Neurotic Advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
No. I'm trying to get in here first. Why do I feel like it's gonna be a monumental change? Did you like the changes I made? I mean, all I really did is move the animals, but where is the way in? I wanted to make more of the path, but the animals were in the way. So I was like, what if I just move them underneath the already existing farm? Oh, come on. Huh? I would do that.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh, is that it right there? Aha!
The Eva Journal, go. I just dodged a mirror breach, and I feel like a god. Not a god, an animistic trickster. An ancestor of myself. This is what our bodies did before the first...
Fans know Chris Kirkpatrick as Chip Skylark instead of being a member of NSYNC. That was pretty crazy. People started DMing me and they're like, can you believe this? I was like, I already knew that.
If it won. But it was playing. Evolution has equipped it to enjoy its work. Like no human could ever enjoy filling out a loss report. No one wants to hear about the meaning in nature. The Mongolians have Tengri, the eternal blue sky, who ordinates the fate and balance of the cosmos. But did he save them from the Kara? No. Our sky is black, and we are done with gods. Capital has taught everyone that nature is a marketplace of violence, that natural selection is the same as competition.
Naturally selected.
Is the key driver of evolution. And if I tell them that no, it's not like that. Nature is not operated by the same logic as a publicly traded corporation. The cynicism slams down like a hatch. Everything is a job. Fitness is profit.
Hey!
Profit is life.
Censor that word.
It's a trap.
I'm a freaking streamer.
Find the way out.
Endurance upgraded. Inventory expanded.
What the hell is this? Oh, more lithium. Hello? What are you? What the hell? Hey! Stop that! Or you're banned. Fibrous pulp. Smells of cinnamon and alcohol. Oh, yeah. Floor locker.
Heat warning.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad. Ridgeworm? What the? That ain't no worm.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Quite parched indeed. A part of me is actually genuinely tempted. Another worm thing. I'm tempted to
Welcome aboard, Captain.
make a thermal plant here. What did it say exactly? It was like... Converts heat into usable power. Excellent for the Zazurian Desert. Zazurian Desert requires power to the mission device. So... Just heat? It doesn't specify. Do I have to put it on like a... You know, one of these geysers? In Subnautica 1, you had to put them on top of geysers.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Here it just said hot water. So I just plant it on the ground here near the hot water. Hello? That's not funny.
Approaching derelict structure. Echo analysis detects a precipitous silence. Be alert for a sudden drop in the seafloor.
Small crate. Nice. Wow, a titanium ingot. Don't mind if I do. Was that moon pool what? Tadpole, we already got that. Half round room again. Or a different one, I guess, but again. Scout Ray chassis. Chassis. No! No!
30 seconds.
Alright, hold on. Alright, hold your horses. Hold on. I'm full on inventory. Scout Ray? Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Where it is? Excuse me. Scout Ray? What the? Enhanced agility and speed chassis, dockable via Tadpole. Oh, I need plasteel, dedicated core, strong acid, and advanced wiring kit. Well, I'll be damned. I got an upgrade. Tadpole fragment. I already got a tadpole. God damn, it's red in here.
Heat warning.
Oh god, it's hot. What do we got? Moon pool. Oh, so it's just repeated moon pools. Well, I already got those, man.
So here. 9 survivors of Habitat with me. Tuba went back to Habitat and
Please.
a Marrow breach took Ruby.
Freak you then.
I don't know if she'll be reprinted.
No.
I've heard her die so many times. But this time, she's got to be out there somewhere. She's got to. The Tadpole Pen's control room is locked, and all the tadpoles are gone. Sophie and Nahima took the last 2. We're stuck. We voted 8-1. We're going to go down into the hot caves. We all feel
You're
a
what?
pull there. We know it's a Mazefield hallucination. Yes, Twinkle, we know. But, hey, Anita said, if we ask the world for help, maybe it'll answer. And it's not all crazy.
Ladder.
There's a biobed at the base camp. And Zip died at the bottom of that cave. She had a Kurotai access key that could get us through this lock. If you find it,
Kurotai.
we headed due southwest to the hot caves. Hang on, Ruby.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
I don't have freaking time for your Noetic advisor. Alright? Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
Key code required.
Key code? Hal! Damn it, that's the only access point to that second floor. Another power trend? No, it's no point in scanning. I don't have the... I don't have the power? I'm gonna pretend these loud noises that I'm hearing, don't exist. Especially the fact that it sounds very close by. I'm not gonna pay any mind to that.
Attention, and St. Bates Ganaú to all lubbers, pukers, printouts, and other non-pilots. I am the senior of 2 qualified drivers in this mess. You will listen to and obey our instructions or lose your tadpole privileges. Rule 1, if you qualified on the Seamoth or Space Moth, you should be ready to handle a tadpole. Rule 2, if you did not qualify, you will need training under Bosun's mate robot or myself. This is not optional. Rule 3, mind your trim, mind the current, mind your heat. Remember, the tadpole is not actively cooled. Rule 4A, our tadpoles were configured for the Zazuran aquifers, so they come in a minimal config. Plug the core into a chassis. If you need to enter a cramped space, you can detach the core. Rule 4B, but always bring your chassis home. If you forget one, you will be visited by your disappointed ancestors. Rule 5, respect the crush depth. If you need to go deeper, you'll need a depth module. Rule 6, keep an eye on your power and ear on your noise. My dear husband, who Noah will not yet print more than one of, monitors all tadpole traffic on sonar.
I'm sorry,
There's
what?
things out there which love to crack hard shells and get at the meat inside. If you run out of power, Ganzo might be able to hear you screaming before they find you. Rule 7, have fun. This is your chance to visit the elevated spiritual plane where pilots dwell. P.S. If you want to hear awful recordings of me dying, come by the scanner room when my husband isn't there.
Affirmative. Over and out.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Screw these currents, dude. Oh my god, bro. I have to know what the noise is. It'd be a lot easier if, you know, the sun came out. Hitch a ride. That's cool. How do I get off? Does that have storage? Not yet. If at all. I lied. Oh, upgrades. Okay. The sun! It's coming out.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Prepare yourself. Oh, hell! Any silhouettes? Where? I mean, this is death. Bro, what is that? That ain't no that ain't no Reaper Leviathan. I have to scan it. I have to. I have to scan it. Bro, what? There's no way, right? Oh my god, it's like right there. Holy... What the... Hi. I'll be damned. That thing is crazy. This has to be a really good biome for something. Because why else would it be here? It looks like plateaus. Mostly. Okay. As much as I want to scan it, I have way too much on me to willingly go through a potential sacrifice. We need to find the key command. Well, that's our first Leviathan, aside from the one that, we saw at the Board of the World. Crazy. The world is a board? It is. It is flat, yeah. I thought you knew that, man. Yo, back up. Yo, back up. Yo, back up. What are you doing to me? Are you just disorienting me? What's going on here? Bah, bah. Get the freak away. Food! Thank you. I'm going home. Just like the Earth. Damn right. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah, brother. All right. I hate this biome. Cool.
The advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
I'm returning, okay? I'm confused today. And why you're confused? Just remember. Hello. Thank you for your greeting.
Warning. Power offline.
Aw, dang it. Silver and gold will go together. Because it's just so beautiful. No. Lithium. Titanium ingots. Put copper wire. We need more plant life. Have you recharged? Oh, excellent. Oh, wait, actually, I wonder. Can I? This is just sheer curiosity, but... It seems like the acidic rayon pouch is the best output for the biogenerator at this current time.
Welcome aboard. Power connected.
Okay.
All systems.
I mean, they're effectively the same. There we go. Okay, thermal plant is 1 to 16 energy. Why 1 to 16? What the freak? I guess it depends on the heat levels. What do you want?
We may have found patient 0.
Oh.
Lead Salvor Zipporah Malk, down at the bottom of a geothermal cave. The oldest
Great.
box we've found so far. Perhaps because it's too deep for anyone to retrieve.
Oh.
But they tried, investigator. There are 9 other black boxes down there. Something went terribly wrong.
Oh.
Partial voice data retrieved. One more thing. Zip's black box signal indicates she never reprinted. Code Z66. Her download was rejected by the biobed due to viral contamination. She was reset to an earlier state. Signal location uploaded to PDA. I have a special request, investigator.
Okay.
I can't call it personal because I'm not a person. But it could really increment my value function, you know? One of my kin is still alive. I've detected low-frequency code from an active NOAA node. It's housed in a deep facility it calls the Tadpole Pens. You may want a tadpole of your own to get down there. Maybe it can tell us what became of the colony, and how to avoid the same fate. Signal location uploaded to your PDA.
Tadpole pens 680 that way. Okay. That can be arranged. Let us go. But first, power cell terminal requires a wiring kit. Did I get something new that I like really wanted? I was like super hyped about it. Apparently not. I mean, the thermal plant, but that's gonna be a long journey to get it all the way here. Okay. So, plasteel ingot, dedicated core, strong acid. Dedicated core. Strong acid, naturally. Do I even have the recipe for strong acid? Mild acid. I don't have the recipe for strong acid, it seems. I lied. Sulfur and gold. That's right, it's in the processor. What? Or we just get the necrolay cysts. That's actually so much easier than using up sulfur and gold. But I have it. Plasteel. Do I have the recipe? I assume yes. Titanium and lithium. Excellent. We have a singular... Oh, but I need 2 plasteel, yeah? Okay, so we need more lithium. We have to go back there. And then after the strong acid, we'll have the dedicated core. Then I'll need another set of strong acid. We have the advanced wiring kit, so I just need the plasteel, so we need lithium again. Ghost have returned? Did I miss it? I don't think so. Okay. I mean, I'm just gonna leave it in there for now. We must go acquire more lithium. I must construct additional pylons. I have not enough pylons. I think we prio making that upgrade for this. So let's go back and get the lithium first. And then we'll actually progress. Hope he is okay. Probably eating or something, bruh. Got some food. I'm looking forward to eating tomorrow. I'm very happy for you. What the hell? I'm going down here. Whoa.
Heat warning.
Silence. Don't tell me about heat warnings. Hot Cave Base Camp.
They lost someone down here. Her name was Zip. She became irreversibly contaminated, and she had to be reset. Rolled back. Months of her life gone.
Rip.
I printed her fresh in Sleep Bay 3. I remember that. Caesura. After that, they built a camp here to monitor people coming out of the caves for viral infection. Around 235,000 hours ago, 9 colonists went down to look for Zip's old black box. They all died down there. Only 2 of them reprinted. Twinkle and Ganzo. I've retrieved the logs.
Uh-oh.
I don't like what I hear.
Twinkle, day 758. Everyone's gone. I told them it was a terrible idea. I told them. They wanted to look for Zip's old key down in the hot cave. They insisted. But as soon as we hit the hot water, people started to drift. They were in a trance, like nitrogen narcosis, babbling about roots, trees, all swimming towards the bottom of the cave. Ganzo gave his oxygen mask to a dead crab.
What?
I knew it was Maysfield syndrome. I didn't want to be infected, so I just dropped my air tanks, reprinted myself here, and I waited for the others, but they won't print. Noah says they're contaminated. Maybe I can help. Let's see. Ganzo's first in the queue. Noah, clear Ganzo to print. Noah, listen to me.
Ooh.
Ocean! Ocean!
Whoa!
Easy, you're back.
Oh, Twinkle. Oh, man. I gave my air to a dead crab.
Great googly moogly.
I think the hot water triggered your Maysfield.
Is everyone okay?
No?
No. No, how bad?
Noah marked everyone after you. Do not reprint. It's just us now.
Oh. Ruby. She's gone. She didn't print. No way. No way.
No, not here. I'm sorry.
I gotta go find her.
Okay, yes, I'll come with you. Where do we start?
she resets, she'd print in Sleep Bay 3, but it takes days sometimes.
I've never been outside before, Ganzo. I'm not adapted. I don't even have fins.
We can't. I can't make you wait days. Not if I'm unreliable. We have to find the Jubilee.
We'll come back for her, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll come back.
Something tells me we didn't come back. Just a feeling. What is that? Hole. Oh, no, I'm sure this is totally fun. Oh my.
Carbonatite lava. You don't see that on the surface. Zip was holding out on me.
Roof pump. Now.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
What the hell does that do? Cools interior air using outside water. What? I guess if I make a base here? They're really pushing the have multiple bases in this game, it feels like. Damn, it is hot.
It's stuck. Just go ahead. Find the key. I'll reprint somewhere. Please tell Mom I'm sorry.
Welcome aboard.
Those freaking ads that I hate. Should probably pause while they're in progress, huh? I'm a bad streamer. Chat. It's true, isn't it? You guys see the Blue Origin rocket that blew up? It's crazy. It's crazy because everyone's always comparing Blue Origin to SpaceX, and you know, I'm not particularly on either end of that spectrum of like support. I just like NASA, but it's pretty clear SpaceX is monumentally ahead. Now that being said, Blue Origin is for space tourism, and it doesn't even go past the atmosphere, if you didn't know that. And SpaceX is literally trying to get to like Mars and stuff. So there's also the difference there. Still crazy that it blew up. Crazy. Not to say that, you know, SpaceX and NASA had their, you know, flawless trials, obviously, but what the?
Built on the roots. He knew where to build.
Yo, she good? She on that Zaza, huh? She on that good Zaza, though. The hell's that? Holy smokes. I see. It's to give me oxygen. Hi-hat. Wait, what? Oh.
This is the place. We should live down here. I'll convince you all. Tuba, you want new flavors to cook? The jelly rings are full of sap. It tastes like fermented caramel. Dr. Wu, the vent organisms are primary producers. No light needed to grow them. Nutritionist, sustain thyself. Sean, the rock boy's fractures go down into volcanic bedrock.
Okay, I can't go much
You wanna
lower with
see
this.
how far? So if you and your minions are so tough, you should try living in boiling water. Mantis, boss, you wanted a safer place to park the biobeds? Right here. And it's got free geothermal power. Sophie, you're afraid we'll provoke the tail?
Ow! What's your problem, man?
For weeks, and they'll never come down here. They're afraid of it. Nahima, oh girl, you hate this place. Because it means you're wrong. This world is fit for humans. We can thrive here.
Oh, we got the
How
access
long
key.
and free. I can hear the whole planet.
Woohoo! Bonk the crazy out of you just in case. Hey, you can't bonk that out of me no more. It's cloaked, brother. I'm beyond saving. I'm beyond light. Oh. Huh, remember what we came here for? I do. Boom. Boom. Big bada boom.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Wow, so beautiful. So pretty. Hello. Oh, I've been here already. How do I leave? Surely I'm not going to see the giant enemy squid again. Where am I? We got our lithium, so I think we're good for now. Let's go. We gotta go back home. They really, they're very kind about all the resources that you get in this one. It's concerning. Something tells me they had to balance it out somehow. But how? What do they do? What have they done? Okay. So. We do need plasteel. And we need... It's gonna shut down everything, I think, if I do this, right?
Warning.
Yeah.
Power offline.
Oh, this is why.
Power connected.
It's just temporary.
All systems online.
Would have been nice to have that for, you know, water. Oily salad. Oh, I can make it with fibrous pulp. But I kind of want to save those so I can maybe potentially make a farm out of it. Okay, we can make the dedicated core. Now we're just missing the 2 plasteel, which are being currently being made. Then we'll have the Scout Ray chassis. AKA Profit. And progging. This is not a very impressive looking base, I'm gonna be honest. They give you so much to do now that I'm kind of like overwhelmed. Like, there's just so much customization. There's so much, man. So I need a bunch of titanium copper if I want to get a power transmitting thing all the way from the thermal place to here. Or, alternatively, you would make a secondary base there. But I think what we do is find a better centralized spot for our base of operations, and then have a bunch of small bases. Where, like, all the small bases can connect to the main one, in a sense.
Welcome aboard.
Will it happen? Who knows? I don't. Power storage. I'm curious. How much does this store? Okay, but this is excess power. Okay, it's the top left. Is it going up? I guess very slowly. We might not have a lot of excess power. Something odd so far. You know, Subnautica typically has, like, randomly timed events through playthroughs. And we haven't really had that. Okay, it is, in fact, increasing. That's good. We haven't had that. But I guess, you know, early access, so... There's even some dialogue that isn't completed yet, so... I wonder if I could break this. I guess not.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. We're about to get a lot more excess power. Boom.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Ho ho! Let's go, dude. Is there a way to change the color of these things? Or, probably is, but it's a different, like, device, right? Oh, it looks so cool! Oh, not yet? Okay. We need upgrades and stuff. Hell yeah. Alright, we have way more excess power now, which is good. What we truly and genuinely need is some sort of way to plant stuff. Do I have, like, is there even a in progress? No. There isn't. Huh. A small object to break up a base silhouette. Okay, so we don't have any in progress, like, farm stuff. I assume they exist. Interior arch. Okay. All right, next we're gonna go to the tadpole pens. Let's get some. Well, I was gonna say let's get some extra water, but already got that. Extra power cell. I'm just gonna put it in here. Maybe some more food. Also, I'm so sick and tired of these flares. I know they're probably very useful, but I don't want them. And that's final. Ew, why you're shooting from there?
Welcome aboard.
Thanks. I mean, these give 25 food for cooked fish. Oily salad is 20. Granted, it's a more infinite resource. Sort of.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Is there any reason to not want this chassis? Maybe like different variations? Oh, if there's like a solar one, perhaps. What is this? Salt? Sulfur. The one you have right now is the best? Yeah, I would think so, because it's just super fast. Well, it's a lot faster. Oh wait, is this where we were already at? Oh, you better be kidding. You better be kidding. Oh, okay, good. I mean, it's right next to Giant Squid Man, but that's okay. Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
Key code accepted.
Thank you. There's a scout ray. Hey, what do we got?
a ghost here in that biobed.
What?
This node is sustaining that ghost. It can't do anything else. You can't get them out of the bed, understand? There's not enough to print. But you can talk to the ghost. If you want.
Speak to Ghost the Dane.
God, already? Wait a moment, don't go. I just have to find my... I've lost something.
Sorry, Ghost. You're not French.
Sophie Boucher. Who are you?
I don't know.
Well, that makes two of us. I'm missing something. There isn't much time. Have you met me already? Did I stop Naima?
Stop. I know that name.
She's my best... Our best hope. The only one who understood this world. But she understood too much. It took hold of her. She's going to kill everyone. We have to stop her, God. What if we're the last ones?
Who are you?
The surgeon. They
Surgeon.
trusted me to keep them alive, and I couldn't. This planet. It poisons you. People couldn't take it. There was a riot. I knew Naima planned it. I knew she had to be stopped, so I followed her. But I left an image of myself in a biobed to tell the others. Oh God. Is that me? I'm Sophie's ghost. Maybe I'm dead. Maybe you're the last one.
The last what?
The last human in the universe.
What the?
You remember? Don't you remember? Low memory. Why do I keep hearing that? Where are we?
Do I also say where are we? Interlinked. Interlinked. Where are we? Interlinked.
You were there when the Kara came. The hives. The monsters. They sent in the frontiersmen. It was war.
Huh?
The children in my clinic would sing. When the vents start hissing, someone goes missing. Only soldiers come back when they die.
Warning. Low memory. Reducing vivarium resolution.
We were losing. Altera sent out ships to make deep space colonies Mongolian style.
Mongolians?
Broke through the cordon and ate everyone. We might be the last survivors of the human race. And that's why Naima wants to kill us. We woke up in Sleep Bay 3. No cicada, nothing but ocean. We aren't on Zezura. The stars are wrong. There were always rumors the biobeds were alien technology Altera found on Riley's world. What if the cicada found another hint of those aliens and chased after it? Some things are more important to Altera than a colony. Even the last colony. If that's what we are. Because she's a jaded burnout who thinks eels are more important than people.
Whoa!
She's brilliant, but she's always been a pain in my...
Whoa!
Low memory. Reducing effective range.
Relax.
She would tell you that our only future on Proteus is an endless cycle of digital reincarnation and debt slavery. So she'd rather have no future at all. I would tell you she's off her antidepressants and rotten with Mazefield.
What was she doing?
She's trying to stop her from killing you. You and everyone else. She's obsessed with the tree. You've seen it sitting out there like a gigantic virus injecting itself into the world. The tree takes control of all other life, forces it to serve. That's the Mazefield syndrome. A viral obsession with the tree and its organs. And the way Naima serves it is by wiping us out. She's still out there, trying to extirpate humanity from this world and the universe.
Hello? The last line!
Warning. Critically low memory. Vivarium reset imminent.
Yes, of course. The core of the running tide.
I'm gonna ask what do I have to do and she's gonna disconnect.
May not be denied.
Oh, jeez.
I think the tree made the proteovirus, and proteovirus is in everything. Every living cell. You're infected the moment you touch the water. You're going to hear voices calling you to the tree's roots. Eventually you'll fall into a trance and drown. You'll be fertilizer. A quiet sleep and a sweet dream when the long trik's over. There's no human future here until we find a way to stop it. I thought Macefield would stop if we cleared the bloom from the tree's roots, but Nahima said that was a 4546B mindset. She said the problem was much bigger than one viral syndrome. I think she was right. The problem is bigger than any living thing has any right to be. To end Macefield, we have to destroy the tree.
Kind of saw that coming.
Updating primary objective.
Okay. What can I do for you?
No, I'm not even real.
Oh, okay.
Just enough of my brain to predict what I'd say. That's what I'm missing. Everything. The whole rest of Sophie Boucher. If you find the real me, tell her I did my best to be her. I'm not going to last much longer. Tell me, what will you do?
You asked me a question, but I'm actually gonna ask a question back. Are there aliens here?
Yes, but the Macefield destroyed them too.
Oh.
That's what I believe, at least. Some of them survived. They guard the ruins to the east. We call the site Karakorum. Maybe you can learn something from them. Some trick or cure. What will you do?
I'm doing whatever I want.
The tree will take you. It will make you want what it wants.
I have more questions.
Fatal error. Out of memory.
No!
Vivarium halted.
Who am I?
Fatal error.
No!
Out of memory.
The Jubilee!
Vivarium halted. Fatal error. Out of memory.
Goodbye,
Vivarium
Sophie.
halted. Fatal error. Out.
No! No! Goodbye, French lady. Hey! Whoa, what the hell? I'm sorry, can I scan that? Give me that. Why can't I scan the weapons? Let me craft them. I can't believe France is dead. France. Hello? Click it. Okay. I guess I don't want to click it. Well, alright.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I'm sorry, are those alien ruins where I think they are?
Heat warning.
Yes. They are. No. I'm willing to, but I need the sun out first. I'm not going through here. Giant squid leviathan. What I really want is like some sort of Hey, do you mind? The lights aren't enough, man. I wonder if the left side is like safer. Or if it's patrolling with like a bunch of... Is this one Leviathan or is it several? I have a feeling it's several. Can you tell me what you already did in the game? I did quite a lot. It's not as simple as telling you what I already did. I mean, if I go to the ground level... I'm more concerned about losing this vehicle than anything else. It's quite the fast creature. I actually want to scan it. But I have no confidence in the dark. The music and just general audio in this game is such an incredible improvement. Yeah, it really is. You can really feel the vibes everywhere you are. What is it? It's a giant enemy squid. Our second Leviathan. Second Leviathan. Oops. This thing's way faster than I, like, give it credit for. Hey, wrong game, dude. I think we're surrounded by them, by the way. That one sounded over here somewhere. The sun is coming out. I'll be a little bit more confident in my... expedition. Only a little bit. Alright, here we go. I feel unwell.
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Silence. I don't feel good. 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 I don't feel good.
Detecting artificial towers in this region. Echo analysis shows extensive damage to Bermuda 1.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I want to skin it so bad. Oops. Hello. Say but not because of the game? Dude.
The stone beneath this mesa has been eroded by hot, radioactive water.
Oh.
Probable source,
Hey!
Titan Rockpore. There may be an angel cone with useful
Is it dead?
adaptations nearby.
What are you? You're a rocket, a bullet head. Ow.
You have entered a viral bloom.
Alright, so I have...
The microbial life in the seawater is dead. Use the sonic resonator to expunge bloom cankers and clear the infection.
Oh. How do I reach that? I guess I need like an improvement, an upgrade.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
What are the alien ruins? Where'd they go? Oh, good. Whoa, hello. Numa. Cool.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Detecting powered fabricator systems and construction materials. Advise construction of a regional base camp.
Wait, that's genius. They built the base over what is that? Okay. Engine efficiency. Let's go. Modification station! Yes! Oh my god, what? Oh. That was probably a bad idea.
All systems online. Power connected.
Hello.
This is as far as my pioneers got.
Oh.
They call this area the Protected Zone.
Is it?
There are references in the logs you may wish to investigate. A tadpole with a depth module went down south-southeast, bearing 165 degrees. Debris from a Cicada lander module came down bearing 120 degrees. A pair of smaller debris fragments splashed down at bearing 105. There's a supply cache somewhere below this base. I'll begin searching for black box signals in the region. One more thing. This base has been visited several times within the past 10,000 hours. The visitors weren't human.
Oh. Good. 10,000 hours. Alrighty then.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Flippers. Improved. Wow, this is base genius. It's just they have the setup. It's right above the what do you call it? The like rift thing. There's a stream underneath. Yeah. I could have done that with my base. That would have been pretty sick. I just didn't think about it, but I didn't know that was a thing you can even do, so. Whose stream? Radiant stream. So these are basic fins. What do the upgrades look like? Not my stream? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't stream anymore. I didn't have enough. I need 3. Great. I don't like it down here.
Warning. Maximum depth reached.
What is that?
Damage imminent.
Why does it kind of look like the thing that killed... Never mind. Ooh, you're like prepping. Hey, stop that. My mango. You better not. Don't.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Strike armor.
To any survivors of the Coral Gardens habitat, I am pursuing Nahima to
Oh, okay.
the country. She has been compromised by Macefield syndrome and wants to eradicate humanity on Proteus. I'm going to stop her. And, if possible, destroy the tree. Do not believe anything she tells you. She is determined to kill us all. I'm leaving supplies for anyone who comes after me. If you lose my trail, assume that I failed. Find Nahima. Kill the tree. Good luck. Boucher out.
07.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
You better stop that.
Sudal Singh, observing the Axum tailings in the Karakoram ruins. My reprint site is base camp.
Oh,
near
there's
the
so many of them.
observatory. This time they killed me right away. They really don't like us coming into the ruins. They're obviously capable of communication and social behavior. Why are they so damn hostile? According to Nahima's research, we are the only life on this world not infected by the Protea virus. Maybe the virus provokes violence against the uninfected? I don't know. It feels too convenient. The natives hate us because they're sick. More likely they have good reason to distrust humans. And they know we come back when they kill us. So maybe they are communicating. Maybe they're trying to teach us. You cross this line, you die.
The Noetic Advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
What is that?
Pressure-hardened vehicles are critical to deep water operations.
Oh my god.
Black box for Cord. Sorry, boss. Couldn't make it to the southeast rack. Forced down by Needler attack. I can't make repairs. They're waiting for me outside, and I'm all out of med kits. I'm gonna dump my flares, grab the depth module, and swim for the research camp. See you soon, one way or another. Ruby
One
out.
way or another. What is this? External husks? It won't even... Oh, enamel husks.
The entire mineral mass of this tusk is bound by a layer of super strong collagen. If this tiny layer of cells can hold it together, so can you.
Aw. That's so nice. I disagree, but thank you.
30 seconds.
Captain. Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
We gotta trek back. You could hear them missing. They're flying right by us. Okay. Make use of the plateaus, roofs, in-betweens. It's over there, right? What is this?
Warning. Maximum depth.
Sorry.
Hull damage imminent.
Sorry. Sorry. Uh-oh. Hey, I need that. Excuse me. Thanks. Oh. Don't do it.
Complete. You have experienced conditions incompatible with life. Your brain state has been restored to a new body. Some colonists prefer to return to the accident site to retrieve lost items and verify their last
My
friend
frames.
exited.
Oh god. I don't think the game did not approve of my death.
Data bank for emotional and philosophical support.
I'm tapping out.
Death Death is certain for the born, and rebirth
Stop this.
inevitable for the dead. You should not, therefore, grieve the inevitable.
I'm not grieving. That was our first death. Okay. I hope our thing is okay, our tadpole. It certainly took damage. Oh no, not like this. Alright, Alta 4. This might be VTube Studio doing its thing again. If so, annoying. Extremely annoying. Do not make me PNG, please. Please, I don't want to be a PNG, please. Yeah, I'm not leaving that VC until the server dies. God damn it, VTube Studio, I hate you so bad. Well, there's a different problem for DMCA Friday. Oh, you can't even see my game. What happened? UFO! Oh, right. There's a different problem. I don't know where they are, the power cables for the base stations. That's the Uh-oh. I don't know where they are. More excuses not join VR chat? Yeah, true, actually. Dude. I mean, I have to rush to it because I don't have the oxygen.
30 seconds.
You don't dance while you go in there? My friends are there. I don't think I'm gonna make it. It's gonna grab me before I can even get there.
Oxygen.
Don't you dare. Okay, we need a different game plan. What? Dude! Why would it autosave right there?
To suffocation. Reprinting.
I think we're cooked, guys. There's not even, like, oxygen-related things here. Also, I really need to piss. So I'm gonna do that first. Hold on, be right back. Okay. I've returned. Yeah, so TLDR, I have found every single part that I need for the VR, except for the base station, like, power cables. I don't know where they are. I searched quite late last night because I was looking for all the parts. Took me a while, and it got late, and I was like, well, what do I do about this? I don't know where they are. I can only imagine they're either downstairs in storage, which I'm not going to go through all that. I'm absolutely not going through all that. There's way too many boxes. Or maybe I just didn't see them in the little. I have a cable box here in my room, so it could be in the cable box. That's all I could possibly say. Potentially, it might be in there. I don't know. I'll have to look through it again. But I might go there anyway, just not in VR. Why? Did it start already? If it started, we're cooked. Okay, I need to somehow get all the way to there. I don't know the environment enough over here. Whoa, what the? It's an observatory.
Analyzing.
Okay.
A tower of bioconcrete grown on an electroformed metal frame. The electrical system is designed to receive external power. Conclusion. The builders also constructed a power plant nearby, assigning alien species designation from TSF A-list. Builders designated Axum.
Okay, where is it? The real concern here is that it's gonna break. It's just, it's like, it's hogging it, man. No, please don't. Bruh.
To physical trauma. Reprinting.
Whatever. This is what we're doing, I guess. I'm kind of annoyed that it's just like babysitting my thing. What? Oh God. I'm dead again. No. This is suboptimal. I think that might have worked.
Officer has transmitted an alert. Return to the life port at your convenience.
Okay. Why you UFO? Oh, the game was like shredding my frames with a VTuber. Okay, I don't remember what I lost.
Warning. Maximum depth reach. Hull damage imminent.
Okay, I think we're out. I've certainly lost a bunch of things, but that's okay. You know what's cool is this thing doesn't just explode anymore. I thought it was just Jover. Alright, well, that was quite a few deaths. Honestly, not too bad though. Like they're not a Reaper Leviathan.
Power connected. All systems online.
The worst part was they were just tossing my thing around, so I couldn't get to it. I guess the insta-death is suboptimal, but, you know, what do we do? What do we do? Oh, we just lost all the food, which, honestly... Not too bad. Okay. So these upgrades... They're probably in here, right? Processor. I didn't get the improved fins. I'm so sad. Alright, so we need to make a... modification station. I need Celestine. I don't know what that is. Okay, well, unfortunate. All right. All right, gamers. I'm going to call it. I have to go see if I can find these base station power things so I can actually join for DMCA Day. Or it's cooked. Oh. What in the... Okay. All right, GG's, guys. I'm going to send you guys over to Boshi, who is doing DMCA stuff right now. I don't know how long they're going for. I don't... Hopefully I find my power cable thing. Otherwise, this is going to suck. GG's. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest of your days. Have a good weekend, guys. Be sure to follow my social on Discord if you haven't done so already. And here's my temp disk link until I actually finally replace the one in the socials, because we do not have... We're missing a singular boost. So we don't have the link. But I'm never asking anyone to... to pay for a boost, because that's ridiculous. Don't do that. All right. GG's. Have a good weekend, guys. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you on Monday, where we'll probably play the Rat Shaker game that we were gifted, and then, I don't know, maybe more Minecraft. Yeah. All right, peace.